Alright. Side quest first. Missives. Bird by any other name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. With that, we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spent together, it feels as though we must suffer another two apart. I am gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia, or should I say Whiteheart. You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you at that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing, defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? An apple a day. Lad from the yard ran up a basket of martels just this morning, sweet as honey and crisp as the morning breeze they were. I told myself I was only going to have one, but I reckon if no one else listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nigel and his lot know they've done a fine job. It was a time you'd catch none but Sid stepping on these, but for their foul bite. But for him, it would never were about the flavor, but about what they represented. Our ability to make it on our own. And look at us now. Sid would be proud. A flame none brighter. See, my Lord Marquis. Marquess. No, our Lord Marquess. Our Lord Marquess. I ask once again for you to forgive my men for your welcome back at the Lazarus, but certainly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expecting to see at our gates. In a short time since our reunion, you have shown yourself to be the self-same man I followed into Stillwind those many years ago, a true bearer of your father's legacy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and all the others who were lost that night were still with us to see how bright your flame now burns. To you and your cause, I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians, and am proud to stand alongside you once again. See, the Dalmex and the Imperials are at a standoff. They snarl at each other, fangs bared like slum curs, but neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they both realize what a stinking pile of chocobo shit they've stepped in. If I were a man to lay wager, I'd put my copper on this conflict not playing out anytime soon. I shall keep you apprised. All the stuff I wasn't reading up on.
Is it true what I'm hearing, Sid? You cracked another crystal?
Yeah.
Oh, bother. Whatever am I to do now, Clive?
About what?
I've 2 dresses that need stitching, but I haven't got a scrap of linen. Those girls' rags are so threadbare. It's a wonder they don't fall to pieces. And we most certainly cannot have that. A certain amount of decorum must be maintained, even here at the hideaway. You wouldn't want the poor things going without decent clothes now, would you?
Of course not. What can I do to help?
Oh, aren't you a dear? You see, I've paid for 2 bolts of cloth from the drapers in Northreach, blue and red. But they don't deliver, not to places that aren't on the map anyway, so I'll need someone to take this receipt and collect them.
And you'd have this someone be me?
I would. And don't let them fob you off with anything less than what I paid for. 1 bolt of blue and 1 of red. I expect them both.
One of blue and 1 of red. I have another one. All the way over there. We got new items here.
Is it business or pleasure?
Ask about Drake's breath. Want a pat on the back, do you? Well, I suppose you deserve one. Just don't let it go to your head. You'd have been lost without Jill, to say nothing of yours truly. If it wasn't for me keeping you fed and kitted out, neither of you have stood a chance. But fair's fair, you took the chance I gave you, and bought the whole bloody mountain down. Bet the Iron Blood couldn't believe their eyes.
Oh, bogus.
Poor buggers will just have to find someone else to worship. Of course, there's plenty of other folks in these fair isles who still reckon those rocks are worth more than their weight in diamonds. So you keep doing what you're doing and show them how wrong they are. It's coin they want to put their faith in. Now, as long as you keep coughing it up, my faith will stay with you.
If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
We got platinum sword now, huh? It's only 2,000. And platinum belt too. Platinum cannon. Wow, just all the platinum stuff. I think it's about time I bought these. Let's see, what else do we have here? Automatically charges magic spell and maintains the charge until cast. Accessory effect when not trigger. Yeah, okay. Got Crimson Cobalt. Increased limit break generated when taking damage. Honestly, it's not too hard to build limit break up at the moment. Okay, you know what? I'll just get the...
It'd better all be here.
Yeah, I'll just get the weapons. Oh, wait. This does give me additional HP. Only 12 though. This only increases my defense by 5. And then this is straight less than what I have. Nah, I'll keep what I have.
Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Clive. Must have been hot.
Must have been hot fighting in the belly of that crag. Might be work for you as a smith when you hang up the old sword. But I'm betting that won't be for a while.
Hard it can be.
Trying to fill another man's boots, but I reckon you've grown into Sid's nicely. He'd be proud.
Well, thanks for it, dear.
Alright, we can do a platinum +1. What else do we have? Takes away 1 liquid flame though. Who knows if I need one of those. I could have just made this instead of bought one though, huh? I already bought one, so it's alright.
Anything else?
I know it's a +1, but it's okay. I will wait.
Let's see about planting those seeds.
Wait. Over here, okay.
Sid, I know that when we came to the hideaway, we chose to let go of our past in order that we might focus on our future.
We did.
Nonetheless, I was wondering if... Well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands. Apparently, the duchy is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice healing. My youth was spent in the Bailey.
A shame. You see, the hideaway relies heavily upon medicines procured from afar. And when those shipments are late, well, it's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives. However, as you are well aware, Imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for those like me, untrained in the military arts. Now, I'm not asking the busiest man in the hideaway to drop everything and make the journey for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on other business...
Of course.
Tell me of these morganbeards then.
But of course, If my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as goblins' eyes. Oh, and they grow in the marshes of Sorrowwise.
Okay.
If I am to propagate them here in the backyard, I will require several samples, preferably of blooms which have already gone to seed. And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract unsavory creatures. Nothing you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
Okie dokie. The root of the problem. Alright, let's also check out the hunt board.
Let us know if you find any rotten.
Anything new here?
Hunting
This
down
is the
there.
orchestrion.
One day, I want to sail all the way to the shore.
And how may I assist you today?
Ah, all the stuff I had never talked about.
One would think.
So one would think my role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters, military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way toward a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And of course, to pay attention during my lectures, it would not do to appoint the story Nine Tails as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice.
I admit.
So I admit, when I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Canberra, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life, and we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely have proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease of life, as personal tutor to a band of outlaws, no less.
A far more reputable fellowship.
A far more reputable fellowship than anything in the academic world, I assure you.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Valestia, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its land even now remain untouched by the blight. It is blessed country indeed.
Or at least, it was.
Until Senbrecht elected to invade and establish a new holy capital upon Twinside's heretofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I love so change, and even more to know that I did not predict it. I knew that Emperor Sylvester had designs on the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme, the seat of the Holy Empire since its inception, seemed too audacious a move even for him.
How may I help you today?
See here, the state of the realm. By speaking with Vivian in Hideaway's map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings on in Valestia, revisit any of the Ninetales' past lessons, or take a deeper look at the relationship of those individuals in Clive's orbit. Okay.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Okay, I see.
Our man in Dallimore mentioned that Kupka's guard haven't been seen there.
We got
Perhaps.
right, Clive? Keeping busy, are you? Me too. Seems like every report our allies sends us brings 100 new headaches for me to deal with. I've been doing my best to keep on top of it all, sending anything urgent straight to the curse breakers, just like Otto told me. The rest I add to the list, whether it's strangers begging our aid or friends acting funny. There is no end of problems that need solving. And anyone with the time and inclination to solve them will earn a nice bit of goodwill for the cause. And maybe more besides. So, how busy did you say you were?
Let's see here.
Same old.
See, Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from my allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now and what can be saved for later. It was still early days back in the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest. If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me. So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts. When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid. I like that. It's kind of sort of almost like a callback to every game having a Sid.
Anything catch your eye?
Finding new quests. Use Galt's Alliance reports to not only find new quests around Valistia, but also travel immediately to the obelisk waypoint nearest their location. So, not at the moment, because I've been taking them. I've been going directly to them.
Oh, Clive! Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
Let's see, about
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks from transcribing and sorting Stolas reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I've ever since I learned my letters from Yara back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Yara would be proud of me, too, were he with us today.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Yara, in our last lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us even though they're gone.
Is everything we've received, and everything promised.
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or item to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. What? Are you kidding me that I'm just finding out about this? Let's see. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all something amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of something. You might continue your gallantry. Okay, wow, look. And
all yours.
And ability points. No freaking way. Our orders one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. You're right.
This?
Pillow talk. Ooh, a Berserker Ring. Such as the renown of Sid the Outlaw that much of my clientele would rather something their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own, probably. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. Particularly something left this on the nightstand. May it serve you better than it did him.
Here you are.
See, it used to be I would step into a tavern only to find myself overwhelmed with something to sing of Dion the Bold or the Coral and the Serving Girl. But now all anyone ever hears of is Sid the Outlaw. You have made me a very rich man, my friend. Swelling chorus. A rose in the... Oh, equestrian and an empty shard.
All yours.
Okay, so those are all the renown.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Okay. What I just... Oh. Let's see... Temporarily increases attack proficiency, which... Ooh, that sounds good. Alright, let's see. Do I get rid of the experience or the money? Let's get rid of the experience. Alright, check the hunt board. Ask about hunts. Again? Did you know that with every forward step you take, Kupo, every crystal cracked, every friend made, every enemy failed, the curse breakers are expanding their operations too. Which means more bears being freed and more slavers being punished. But it also means more bellies for the board, Kupo. Alright. So we got Secret west of Rhiannon's Ride, Rosaria. And north of Sorrowise, Rosaria, Severian. What? North of Sorrowise, sorry. North of Sorrowise and west of Rhiannon's Ride. Okay. Root of the problem. But we also need north of Sorrowise. Just there. What is Rhiannon's something? Rhiannon's Ride. I think it's west of Rhiannon's Ride, right? So let's start here. Oh wait, I'm going towards the side quest. Not trying to go towards the side quest yet. Trying to do the hunt first. Yep, okay.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
Straight ahead.
To me, flames!
Oh. Must be nearby, or was that actually... Oh, what's this?
It's the same as the one back at the hideaway. Doesn't seem to be working though.
Interesting. A secret thing in the future? I think it's in the west, right? Nope, that's a Minotaur. This is south? Maybe I... Let's see. Oh, actually, where's this little hidden thing here? Probably over here. No, guess not. Goblin coin. Speaking of, I can probably sell like gill bugs, huh? Okay. Huh. I don't know where else to go.
No mistakes.
Oh, ouch. Come on. Oh wait, is that it? No, it's a different Minotaur. Oh, maybe that's it over there. No. I don't think so. It could be. Technically, that is west. It's just a different area, but it is west. I don't think it was Wyvern though, was it? That might be it. Oh, nope. Name showed up, so it's not it. What kind of enemy was it, actually? Oh, this is so cool. Oh, ouch. Ah, oh, nice. Oh, it's a club. Huh. Thought his torso was rolling around for a moment. I don't know where else to go. I highly doubt it's the Wyvern. Oh, dang it. Ooh.
Too slow.
Oh my god, this Berserker Ring is awesome. Bloodhawk chest? Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to look further around the area. Maybe I could continue on the road. This was Ranner's Ride, right? Scorpions. Nope. Ah, false alarm. I checked, but let's go check again. Oh, I'm out of potions too. I should buy more of that. Alright, let's kill some of these more common things that might be in the way. Oh, I don't think I meant to attack these things. Oh well. Okay, I am sufficiently confused. Let's go check the hunt board again. Oh, let's also buy some potions and crap.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
It restores all HP. That's okay for now.
Is that all? One day, I want to sail all the way to the shore.
Our man in Dalamil mentioned that Cascard haven't been...
See here. West of Rhiannon's Ride. West of Rhiannon's Ride, Rosaria. North of Sorrowwise. I should have went for that one too. Idiot. Okay. So it is west of Rhiannon's Ride. That is Rhiannon's Ride, right? The Hand of Hyperion. What's this one called? Hold on. Secret. Severian. Secret. Any other details? Yeah, no, it looks like a ogre thingy. And this is surrounding Martha's thingamajig too. So what the heck? West of Rhiannon's Ride. Unless this whole, I don't think this whole thing is considered Rhiannon's Ride, right? Because this, maybe it's over here. I swear to God, if that's it, that's so dumb. Because it's two different names.
Ready, go? Faster!
Oh, is that it? It is, isn't it? Yep. No name or anything. B rank. I was like right next to it at the very beginning.
I can't let that thing work free so close to the end. Time to take the bull by the horns.
This Berserker's Ring is so good though. Ah, darn. Ah. Oh, he did too. Okay. Oh, come on. I love that. Ooh, the risk and rewards are so good now. Ooh. Ooh, ouch. Darn it. If only I knew when that actually ends. Haha, I figured you out. Ah, dang it. Haha. Minotaur Main.
Well, locals will sleep easier without him at their gate.
Gilbug. Okay. And I need to buy more potions and crap.
Is it business or pleasure? Coin purse weighing you down? You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?
That was freaking cool. That Berserker's Ring is freaking awesome.
Our man in Dallimore mentioned that Cookcastard haven't been seen there of late.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts?
Ah, nothing new though. Cleric's Medallion +1.
Best of
Okay.
luck out there, Sid.
I guess that's more side quest stuff than hunts. Okay, so let's see. This one is north of Sorrowwise. Then gonna hit that while I'm at it. You know what? I'll be back and get a drink. That might be too frozen for me to open right now.
Stay sharp.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look out,
Oh, guess this.
don't we?
I'll check the shop, but I highly doubt I'll buy anything.
How do?
Stone skin cuffs increases stone skin tonic duration by 30 seconds. Sounds pretty good. Once I get more money, I'll start buying these equestrian rolls.
Pretty well.
Or toes, or whatever. Just for completionist sake.
It'll take ages to tidy all this stuff.
Right, Sid. Let's go.
Alright. North of Sorrowwise, alright, facing the right direction.
Yeah.
God, I'm freaking hungry. Oh. Where is it? Oh, there. It's right there. Huh. What? Looks all like machinery, like. Whoa! What the heck? Oh! It's like one of those things I fought in the, whatchamacallit. When I can get those counters with the ooh. Oh my god, I love this. Packing heat, okay. I actually knew that one was the trophy. And it was so hard to do though. Or at least I just really had a hard time paying attention to it. Oh, ooh, terrible. Ooh! Wow. Oh crap.
Nice try.
Oh my god.
I've hurt Torgal. Nice try. Lovely boy. Fuck. That's better.
Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now, dude? It's like I somehow got worse at the game. Are you kidding me? Are you? How did I freaking get worse at the game?
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other.
I still have potions. So dumb, dude. I don't know why I got so terrible at the game suddenly.
Alright, Sid.
Your stupid phone. Come on, recognize my face, dude.
Faster.
I don't freaking care. The heck, man? Oh my god. Wow. Alright, you jackass.
Be safe. Too slow. Nice try. Nice try.
Dude, oh my god.
Nice try.
Oh my god, dude. Freaking half thingamajig already, dude. Really? Ah. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. Right in front of him still. Why? It's a fun battle, it's just I was sucking so badly at part of it. Electrum. Hey, that's what I needed. Obtained by defeating Severian. Can I only get that from it though? Unless there's more in the future.
Ruins it came, and to ruin it returns. Fly, Ambrosia. The marshes near the abbey are certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for Morgan beards. Straight home now. Stay down. Size of a goblin's eye. This goblin certainly wasn't wrong about them being attracted to the flowers, though.
Darn it. Alright. If I collect that, let's see what's in here. Goblin coin, chunks of material.
Bright yellow. These are our Morgan beards, all right. Well, there's something familiar about this scent. It reminds me of home. Hopefully this will be enough. I've had my fill of goblins.
Okay. Alright. Morgan beards. More potions as well.
Is it business or pleasure?
If you're gonna buy some, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that.
You know, I don't need... I'm not buying so much.
Better I'll be here.
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Sid. What brings you to the gardens?
I found your flowers.
Yes, wonderful. These are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but we must have grown them in the castle garden. If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines, it's possible that the court physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they made my brother.
If the ducal healers were convinced of their properties, that is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here. Oh, allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels. I need only a moment to extract the essence from the petals.
I will take it. Hopefully this isn't too frozen here. Okay, good.
And here we are. A phial of pure Morganbeard extract. A single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency. At least I hope it will.
Level up? Yeah. Level 30. See, necessary for increasing consumable potency. To extract any curative or performance enhancing potion will increase its potency, or to insist Nigel of the backyard. Or so insist Nigel of the backyard. Consumable potency enhance. Nice. Yeah, I've obtained a file of Morganbeard extract, hereby increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potions and high potions now restore more HP, while strength, stone skin, and Lionheart tonics last longer. Cool.
Let's see about planting those seeds.
Cut from the cloth. I should have done that also before I came back.
What can I do for you?
50,000. Damn.
And a fine, fine day to you.
Let's hope the draper has Hortense's cloth.
I need more money.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some seersucker or herringbone?
Just some linen. 2 bolts. Already paid for in full.
Apologies, my lord, but your items aren't here. They were due to arrive on a caravan from Bocklad, but there's been little traffic on the road these past few days. My mother thinks it might be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
It usually is. So I assume the caravan will be coming from the south.
Yes, hopefully carrying all manner of spice and sundries. Wait, you aren't thinking of...
Of course I
to
am.
find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, well then, be safe.
What does this track remind me of? Oh, whoops, sorry. Didn't mean to run into you there.
Bird's a menace.
She meant nothing by it, I swear.
Of course, now I'm finding potions.
Who's gonna buy my wares now? State your animals left them in.
But they hardly damaged us all.
Is there something wrong?
If you're a bandit come to steal my stuff, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. And all thanks to this fool.
But it was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that featherbrain trampled me. I demand recompense, be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
It's a different kind of bandit.
These goods are expected in Northreach. I mean, they're not mine to give away.
You wouldn't happen to be on your way from Bocklad, would you?
I am, but did someone from the market send you? Please, you have to help me. I can pay whatever you ask.
So the fool has protection. And coin, too.
Yep, it's a bandit.
Sorry, friend, but we'll be the ones taking it. Oi! Killer! It's time to collect!
I told you not to call me that. And we'd have already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
Bandits!
As I told one of your customers, it usually is. Let's get this over with.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
The handsome one, hey.
Calling me that.
I'm flattered, actually. Oh, I'm not timing these right. Wow, really? I'm that bad at timing these right now? There we go. Oh, really? I am really that bad right now. Wow, dude. Jesus Christ.
All right. You made your point. Killing my ass.
Did he hurt you?
No, thankfully. He seemed intent on letting the bandit do his dirty work for him, and he would have succeeded had the great lender not sent you. My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
So you and my mother were right. It is always bandits.
And were it not for the kindness of our free sword here, you'd be buying your order back from them at twice the price. Now, if you don't mind, I have a pressing appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad. Farewell.
Oh, I almost forgot. I suppose you'll be wanting your linen. You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest of the delivery. I've also added a few extra lengths of our finest fabrics to the bundle. Free of charge.
Are you sure?
My mother would insist. It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
That's that done then. Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way. But you did get my order, didn't you?
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Let's see here. One bolt of red, one bolt of blue. What's this? I don't recall ordering any silk or velvet, or... Is this gold work? Krieger's ghost. If that devilet of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh, no. Oh, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all three to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, black embroidered linen, white continental silk, lush red velvet. We have black and red already, so I'm gonna go with white.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Not quite together, but when my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh. Sometimes I think she never takes it off.
Or perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
We'll see, I suppose.
Steel silk. It was actually just the item.
Our man in Dalamil mentioned that Kupka's guard haven't
All
been
right.
seen there of late.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Oh, what's this? I'm being tagged in. Stockton Con Expo? Okay. Let's see.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
A prayer for safe travels. They say it is your men who keep the roads free of what, beast and bandit? One livelihood is reliant on safe passage from market to market. My chocobo and something, I don't know. But I'll take it.
All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
Let's see. After Sid fell and his hideaway was reduced to rubble at the hands of Hugoooooooo, Clive took on both his predecessor's name and role, becoming the second Sid, the outlaw and leader of the re-established resistance. Together with other survivors and their new recruits, he continues Sid's mission to emancipate bearers and rid the realm of mother crystals. Dominator Shiva and trusted confidant of Clive, leader of the new hideaway, together they continue Sid's mission to emancipate bearers and rid the realm of mother crystals. Alright, so I guess that leaves to just wait. Wall of Memories. Oh, and the Equestrian. That's right. Take care of those now before I forget.
One day, I want to see it. Hunting down bearers. String.
Okay.
Is it true what I'm hearing, Sid?
Wall of Memories. Oh, I got the apple. And Ambrosia's Attack. Oh, I didn't realize that was added there. Cool. Okay, now to move on with the story. Which I forgot this only leads to a terrace.
I've done what I can, but the rest is up to you. You need to start taking better care of yourself.
Understood. And thank you.
The curse has spread. Make sure she rests.
If it hurts, you can tell me, you know. I'll understand.
I can bear it.
But you shouldn't have to. Not anymore.
This isn't just your struggle, Clive. It's ours. And when we see how hard you fight, it inspires us to do the same. Or would you rather we left you to save the world all on your own?
No. That's not... Ignore me.
Clive, where are you? In here.
What's wrong?
Rosaria's under attack.
What?
This isn't the Dalmekian army we're talking about. It's the men of the Rock from Drake's Fang. Hugoooooo's private guard. There he is in hell in Rosalith, trying to batter down the castle gates.
Looking for me.
Seems that way. Reckon old Hugo has finally worked out who Sid really is.
Then this is just another trap.
Ah, it's a trap, all right. The daddy of all fucking traps.
I'm going to Rosalith.
You're not serious. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Clive.
Look, I don't know why Kupka harbors such a grudge against Sid. But as long as it's left to fester, our world will never know peace. He has dragged the rest of Storm into this pointless war just to find me. Besides which, I am not about to stand and watch while my home gets ground into the dirt. Hugoooooo must die.
I've lost enough friends to that man already. I don't want to lose any more. So let's go and kill the bastard.
I'm coming too. After all, we're in this together.
All right. I should probably speak to Otto before leaving. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
Back to Rosalith then. Whatever has become of her.
First he wrecked our home, now he's wrecking yours. But he's not going to get away with it this time.
Alright, are we actually gonna get to fight Titan finally? I highly doubt we'll clear up this whole thing, like it matters anyways. Let's check the map too real quick, just in case no other side quest has popped up. Nada. Okay. Cool.
Everyone's prepared. Gov gave you the news then?
We're leaving for Rosalith, but not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard?
All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Dalmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with no two saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her.
Understood.
Wait. Okay, wait. Huh. For a minute I thought there was a new sign for the hunt board.
Ah, if it isn't my favorite pupil. Let's see now, where did we leave? Well, this is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
You know what they say? A little knowledge, can't hurt?
We're going to Rosalith to deal with Kupka. What's the situation there?
Whoa there, Lord Rossfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
Let us begin with the story of Hugoooooo,
or the permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian government, to give him his formal title. In a republic founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he is also Dalmekia's last line of defense.
a fact he has used to his considerable advantage. Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak. By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact. Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present, deadlocked as it is with Dhalmekia over its occupation of the Crystalline Dominion, where its legions are now gathered. Scarcely a handful of garrisons remain to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's Breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship. All for you, Clive. He wants your head. And so he and his men advance upon Rosalith, not to capture the province, but to draw you out.
You said Kupka's forces sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde then? Is the city safe?
Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dhalmekian fleet floated by without incident, but not without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buett Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp. And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dhalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north. We cross the northern border near Phoenix Gate, then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way, and so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
All right. We should be on our way.
Lead on.
Gav's gonna be in our party this time? Actually, real quick. Okay. Let's check out my ability stuff here. Okay, I've got 6,500 now, so I'm definitely going to unlock that one. Finally. See what we got here. Aerial Blast. Judgment Bolt. Summoned from the heavens, a mighty 11 bolt that deals massive damage to a single target. I feel like I should get that one. It inflicts multiple targets. Let's get this one. Okay. Let's see what else here. Some of these aren't too expensive to upgrade. Rook's Gambit. Which one is that one, actually? I don't think I have that equipped, huh? Okay, let's see. Wicked Wheel and Gouge. Allows assignment to any icon. I see. Well, let's actually re-equip some of this. I haven't really used Wicked Will. Let's go ahead and use Rook's Gambit for that one. And then, let's see. Power Dive is like a group thing, so it's been pretty good, but... Oh, I have Lightning Rod too. Thunderstorm has been really good. Create a ball of lightning that, upon being struck, chains lightning to other nearby victims. Okay. I want to do these two, but I'm going to try to test that one first. Right. Oh, I have more. Pains of Rebirth, Will of the Wikes. That's right, I forgot I had that. I'm in a massive pillar of fire. Yeah, I want that one. So I'm going to replace this one here with the Flames of Rebirth. Attack while charging, inflicting multiple hits and forcing the enemy back. Can be used in mid-air. That looks really cool. I'll use this one. Okay. Let me think. Got the Berserker Ring. I still have the Gill thing. Increases aerial combo damage by 8%. Increases healing potency by 40%. Holy crap. I might start using that. Alright. Let's see. How much Gill do I have? 127,000. Okay. I think it's about time I actually got rid of the Gill. Let's get this one on. And we'll save. Alright. State of the Realm. I guess I can talk to her about that.
You give that rotten sod exactly what he deserves.
Yes I will. Son of a bee.
Here for another of my lectures.
Ask about Drake's breath.
Well, congratulations, Clive.
Not only did you destroy the Mother Crystal, but the Patriarch too. Imran's rule over the Iron Kingdom was absolute. With him gone and no one to replace him, the Ironblood would not be in a position to launch another crusade for years, perhaps forever.
Nevertheless,
I fear we may not have heard the last of them. Though the Crusaders lack leadership, their bloodlust remains undiminished. You destroyed that which they held most dear, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you to what ends the lust for vengeance will drive a man. Should fate see fit to lead you into the western realms of Storm once more, I would strongly advise you keep your steel at the ready.
Hugoooooooo wants your head, Clive. Do try not to oblige him.
Nope, no thank you. Gonna wreck him. I'll do another save. Alright, let's go.
Fortify the castle gates at once.
Hugo and his men have been busy. They've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls. Those fuckers really went to town on this place. Oh Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
If you keep your wits about you, I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm. I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on their way.
Be careful.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I thought I was ready for this, but...
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
Capital punishment. You would think they would have seen the sword sticking out on behind the boxes. Or that whistle. But I guess there's a lot of noise in regards to the whistle.
This isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
He'll stop at nothing, Clive. Nothing.
Why do this?
Clive, we can get through here.
Protect. Some opponents will cast protect spells to raise a defensive barrier around their allies. Something shields them from melee attacks. When engaged, you protect targets identified by a certain sign above their heads. Avoid using a sword and instead employ magic to quickly and efficiently dispel the barrier.
Murderers!
And there's only one fitting punishment.
How do I? I can't do it. How do I specifically? Oh wait. That's not what I should have equipped, right? Hold on. I thought I changed my equipment for thingies. No? Oh, I didn't. Hold on. What? Okay. Maybe now. Okay, nothing else.
what we have here.
Gentlemen!
You won't escape!
Oh. I can lock onto that? Interesting.
Out of our way!
Oh, actually. Sweet. Okay. It's a really nice track too. Well, of course it is. Sweet. Oh yeah, you see these new combos that have new abilities attached. Right. Okay. $100 gil. Sweet, thank you for that.
It's the out. Get out of my city or die.
We're nearly at the castle. It ends there.
No high potion? Oh. There we go.
He's here. Remember, we take him alive.
Yes I was. Hey, how's it going, Michaela? What, spoilers? Well, no. Not really, because I was ahead of you, remember? By the way, I don't know if you know this, but there's a thing called Patron's Whisper, which is like after you do like side quests and stuff, you talk to someone who like gives you rewards for all the renown that you have for like side quests and hunts and all that. No, you didn't. I'm still ahead of you. At this moment, it's spoilers for you to hang out here. But yeah, they have this new accessory that I love. It's called the Berserker Ring, and it's amazing. Let's see it. I do have new abilities though that it's kind of throwing me off with my combos.
Set her loose.
Let's see if I can show you. Oh no, is that a coral? Oh god, I hate corals.
Attack!
Ready?
What do you think?
Alright. Let me see if I can show you. There it is. So that's what that is. Basically, you can do you can follow up with strong attacks if you do precision dodges. Let's see. Like, and which just gives you a better chance of parrying also, which is awesome. Let's see. So good. It's so good. I love it. Ooh, wow. Except when I screw up like that. And then yeah, it lunges for you too when you follow up. Like it lunges towards them. Like it's so good. Like oh my god. I love. Oh damn. I gotta learn how to dodge that one though. Haha. Easy peasy. Oh, what is this?
We need to stop him. Whatever it takes.
Ooh.
Down.
Then let's make this count. To me, Blades!
Yeah, I mean, if you have the timing thing along with it, I can imagine this would be so easy to use. Oh, ouch. But it keeps it for a bit too, see that? Uh-oh. Oh, ouch. Okay, I need to know that it... Oh, I need to remember that he follows up with that attack. Ooh, ouch. Okay. That was really slow. Ooh. Oh, that's a parry. Haha. Ooh, that's his new. Ooh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Terrible dodging. Ah! I still screwed that up. I knew that was coming too. Dang it. Ow. Ah, jeez. There we go. Done. Coral slain. Or curl slain, whatever how you say it. Coral whisker. Used in crafting, of course, for electric stuff.
Jill! We meet at last, Sid. Or should I say Lord Rosfield? I've been looking for you for a very long time.
Let her go, Kuka.
I'm so glad you accepted my invitation. I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you like what I've done with the place?
Bastard.
Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But I am sure you will prove compelling company. Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment.
Come on, Joshua. Someone show up for help here.
Fuck.
Now, on to the festivities.
Yeah, if you gotta be doing something.
That's just great, that is. I suppose it's up to me then.
Oh, that's a decapitation is the plan.
Where do you want me?
You! Bring the prisoner!
Yeah, that's no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw.
We should get into mine.
Lord Kupka commands your presence. You're to bear witness to the girl's execution.
Oh, well,
Such a
okay.
waste.
All right, Gav.
Gav,
crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. Don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Shit.
Are we gonna have an iconic battle?
Hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle, but the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll make my way up top and circle round the back. Quick as you like, eh?
Need my sword. Thank you.
Nearly forgot.
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming. I have to get to the courtyard.
Alright, no, nothing to open. So. Give me a high potion. That's a high potion right there. Calling it right now. Nope, I was wrong. That's a potion. That's a high potion. There we go.
Don't you let her die.
Alright. Now... Oh, this is where we were, just fighting the coral. Curl. However you pronounce it.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
Icon, come on, man. Let's go Ifrit on this. Torgal. Oh, hey, his eye glows blue. That's something. I'm telling you. Is he an ether beast, maybe? Or Archaic? Oh, Torgal, you freaking awesome thing. Oh, what? Is he actually Archaic?
Jill, can you stand?
Come, Lord Rosfield. Don't tell me you tire of my entertainment.
Enough!
Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Ooh, look at Torgal.
Much obliged.
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Torgal, thank you.
Care to explain what the fuck your dog just did?
Later, everyone. With me. That includes you, Torgal.
Oh, ouch. Ooh, ouch. Ow. Come on. There we go.
Me, where did this lot come from?
Can you still fight?
I can try.
Too slow. Nice try.
Oh.
Still breathing, are you? Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
I thought bad news always came in threes.
Let me come.
Aw, man.
I needed that. Too slow.
Easy.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Heck yeah, let's
Go
do
on.
that.
If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be careful.
Yeah, imagine how easy it would have been for Chaos, huh? Alright, we're ready for an Icon battle. Why are you still here? This is spoiler stuff.
I promise you, Sid. He'll die by my hand.
Yes. Did you? But you probably heard stuff though, huh?
You're late. Trouble on the way.
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Rosfield? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria. A realm without a ruler, an army, even a people. A veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend.
Oh, you son of a bee. How dare you?
Enough of your games, Cooker. Just tell me what you want.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice damned name.
Thrice?
Your master slew Benedicta Harmon and defiled her body. If you choose to bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you. You killed her.
I did.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong. And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we are. But you crushed that dream, ground it into dust. Hear me, Rosefield! You will pay for what you've done. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands!
And what have you? How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed? You're not the only one who's seen their world fall apart around them. You'll get no pity from me, Kuka. No pity. And no mercy.
Yeah.
Now die! This time, you learned what becomes of those who dare to cross me. Cross? I'll kill you! Nice try.
Sledgehammer, huh? Well, this is a thrilling fight. I'm loving this. I mean, he's probably gonna kick my ass soon. Ooh. Ooh, ouch. Ah, sorry, screw it up. There we go. This is her power, man. Oh, I should have known that was coming. Haha, parried. I actually saw that coming, but I accidentally attacked. Even then, though. Here, take some of Sid's power too here. I'm not even half prime, Kupka. Come on, bro. Ooh. Should have seen that one coming. That's my fault. Haha, I saw that coming. Ooh. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Ah, darn it. Darn. Parried. Oh. Oh. Haha. Oops. Ooh, ouch. Oh, ouch. Ooh, ouch. Ooh.
Just like your forefathers. Your journey ends here.
Wait. Oh, that was an immediate game over. I'm not sure what I was supposed to do there. That sucked.
The earth will always be my domain.
Oh, whoops. I always forget that's the move, Tumult. I need to remember that.
Nice try. Nice try.
Haha. Man, I got your number. Ooh, ha! Take that parry. Ooh, ouch. Screwed that up. Geo Crush. Oh, damn it! Keep forgetting that's the move. It looks so freaking cool to do that too. Haha. I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now. Ooh, I screwed that up.
Just like your forefathers.
Ah, there we go.
Your journey ends here.
Oh, yeah, a new thing to it. Oh, jeez. Ooh, even though I knew it. Upheaval. Oh, that's different. Ah, darn it. I knew I was getting into that zone of his too. Ouch. Ow. Haha. Ooh, ouch. Oh, Hannah! Long time no see! Sorry, give me 1 sec. Thank you for lurking. Oh, ouch. Thank you for giving her a shout out, Michaela. He is dead. Ah, wrong. I'm at the wrong thing. That's so. Good to see you're okay, Hannah. You like disappeared for a bit, and I was actually a little worried. Earth Shard. Power of the Icon Titan made manifest. This crystal is as heavy as marble and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. Not even semi-primed. Ooh, did he cut off his arm? Ooh! F you, Hugo. I wonder how crazy the Eikonic Battle will be because he's huge. Oh, am I drawing his power already? Yep.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Kill you.
There. You mustn't get yourself worked up.
That's Dion.
Wait!
Another time, Mythos.
That's Dion, bro. Make it obvious.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Well, load of scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today. Where did you learn to do that, Torgal? Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
Huh.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I. I was so close. If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Right after you went inside. Just when we thought we were shot of Titans, lot. In pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us, though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kukra away.
So, what? You think they came here to save him? Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
We go back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kupka later, shall we?
Aye. Alright. It'll give us a chance to solve the riddle of your magic mud, too. Hey, how you feeling? Ready to go home?
At least the castle didn't get destroyed yet. As Kupka goes out. Titan, dude, what's up, Kev? Thank you for the raid, man. Sorry I didn't say immediately anything because of the cutscene that was going on, but hey, how are you doing? How was, I'm guessing you were playing Dead by Daylight. I could be wrong. Hey, Digital Vibe, how are you doing? Welcome on in, Raiders. I am Solo Ashen, variety streamer. Right now, spending all my time on Final Fantasy 16. Thank you for giving Kev a shout out. Let's see, were you playing Dead by Daylight? No, you were playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Also, is this your first time playing that? I'm doing alright, doing pretty good. We just had some pretty epic fight going on. No way. You're not serious. Yeah, Dead by Daylight days are done. I don't believe you. No freaking way. Gone variety? Well, yeah, I can believe that. But still, like, just completely no more Dead by Daylight? Like, really? I mean, I have no problem with that, mind you. But I'm just surprised because that was, like, your thing, you know? What? No way. What? Okay, I have to know. What caused that to happen? But welcome on in. What did y'all eat today? And what was the best part of Kev's stream? Unless that's also what you ate digital. You also ate cold turkey. I'm gonna wait till I do this here because I know there's gonna be, I'm sure, another cutscene. You did just miss a pretty epic boss fight, but if you ever plan on playing this game, which I'm pretty sure you're a fan of Final Fantasy in some regards, you wouldn't want to see it anyways. Pizza and lemon chicken was at a birthday party, had lots to eat. Nice. Just got tired of the game, I guess. Streaming it started to feel more like a job than just enjoying streaming, so I cut the cord. Okay! That makes a lot of sense. Are you... Okay, but you uninstalled it completely. I would have thought that you would have, like, played it off stream type of deal, you know? So, is it Red Dead? Is it Red Dead 2? Is it your first time playing it? Just out of curiosity. Suddenly getting a lot of notifications. 20% off pre-owned Xbox and PS4 games at GameStop. $52 for Tears of the Kingdom. But that's about it. Yes. Hey, Diamond King. Hey, long time no see. Look, I finished Elden Ring months ago. Wait, has Kev played Elden Ring yet? Oh, you're in chapter 6. It's been super good. Okay. Oh, for Red Dead. Red Dead. Thank you for also giving Diamond King a shout out, Michaela. Last playing Nier Automata. Awesome. Another great series. My first non-dead by... Oh, really? Yeah. Eventually, right? I finished it actually in August. I remember because I literally finished it like a week, I think, after the whole fire thing happened at my workplace. I was really not in the mood to, but at the same time, it's like if I stopped too long and I was near the end, I probably would have trouble getting back into it. How have you been? And are you in, you see, okay, you just said that you were in chapter 6 of Red Dead Redemption 2 and you were really enjoying it. Good to hear. What are you all playing right now? Don't you stream for fun in a while? Yes, I'm absolutely enjoying this game. I suck at it, but I'm absolutely enjoying the game. Wow, was it that? It was a long time ago. You haven't streamed in a while. Alright, no talking for me for a bit.
Just look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place. Is this what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest.
Fine. I'll rest.
Don't worry, Gav. She's in good hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had some, like. The question is, where is he now?
Back when he had some.
And what the hell were those royalists doing there?
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Tomes.
The lawsman. About what?
About your faithful hound for a start. If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Tomes will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Right. Let me know if you learn anything.
Will do. And you do the same, eh?
Jill, listen to Taya.
I will. Thank you.
Bolts from the blue. I see. The power of Earth. Clive has claimed a portion of the Icon Titan's essence. Attuning with Titan not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but something allows access to several new iconic abilities such as Wind Up, a singular strike that increases in potency when charged. Ability details are found on Abilities tab in the menu. Titan's iconic feat, Titanic Block, can be used to fend off most incoming attacks. Using it immediately after a perfectly timed precision block will initiate a devastating counter. Okay, sorry. And what is up, Chaos? And no, she is not sleeping. She is in here watching spoilers for some reason. And I totally called it with Torgal. Or at least something special with Torgal. And yeah, what is Kev gonna do after Red Dead Redemption 2? Maybe he'll finally do Elden Ring. Euro Truck Simulator? Euro Truck Simulator. I'm gonna keep going because I feel like an iconic battle will happen soon. Just like it did with Benedicta. We got new hunts though, so that's a little more stuff to do on the side. Let's see. Totally spoiling stuff. Absolutely spoiling stuff. Alright, there's Titan. So let's see, what's left? I know there's gonna be Odin and Bahamut, like eventually. What's gonna be... Who else is missing? Odin, Bahamut. Is there another one that they've talked about? Can't wait for Rebirth? Yeah, me neither. Gotta get this out of the way first though, which I'm pretty sure I can. Are you gonna play 16 at all? Okay, oh, I'm getting these notifications again. Slightly more ridiculous on your game suggestions after going on PC. What's a ridiculous game for, oh, there's that Going Up game that everyone talks about. I am honored. I am absolutely honored, Michaela. I don't know why. Because I'm like the worst person to watch stream this game. Maybe it's because she doesn't want to see you speedrunning it. She doesn't mind the others. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he loves it. So did you already play... Oh, I mean, before you gave up Dead by Daylight, did you play Hooked on You?
Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Cook and his men.
Ask about Nectar's adventures. Here we got something else. I gotta do this stupid voice. Did I ever tell you about the time I toured the Northern Territories?
Trust you wrapped up warm.
I did no such thing, Kupo. We Moogles don't feel the cold thanks to our exceptionally fluffy fur. You humans are the only animals up there who feel the need to dress up in the furs of the... Oh, I didn't read it. In fact, that's precisely why I ended up cutting my tour short, Kupo. My kindly greetings to the locals were met... Something I can't read fast enough. And I make a better hero than I do a hat, Kupo. Kevo, how are you doing? Everyone's just showing up right now. Thank you for giving Kevo a shout out. Persona 4 Golden, yes, my favorite Persona. He's a tsundere for the game. No, you didn't play Hooked on You? Alright. I don't know, Kev says that you loved it. I believe it. Alright, we got a new hunt. Muddy Murder. Oh, it's an A rank now. Hawk's Cry Cliff. Rosaria. Just got done streaming for 6 hours. Oh, actually, what were you streaming? for the shout out here. Oh yeah, I just read it. How far are you? That is my favorite Persona. I hope after Reload, they'll do a remake for Persona 4 Golden too. I wonder what they'll call it though. It's gonna be Re something. Okay, do I have any other side quests, actually? Or some new items and stuff? Just a new hunt, maybe? Which I'm okay with. So I can progress the story more. Alright, so just a new hunt. What is it again? Hawk's Cry? Hawk's Cry Cliff, I think that's more in this area-ish. Maybe? Actually, it might be over here. Let's see. Oh, near Odd Hill, right? It's Odd Hill. Hawk's Cry Cliff. Okay. Yep. Near over here. Mid-June, clear through both dungeons twice. Wait. Clear through both... Oh, because you were getting the extra equipment? The secret equipment at the end? Is that what you mean? Mind Charger to my personas, and now I'm excited for the next 2 stream. Nice. Who are you... Which persona are you sporting? Okay, it's... Oh, it's just Hawk's Cry Cliff. No specific area of it. "100% run. Is it your first time playing Persona 4? I assume it is. Jack Frost is your main? Nice. Have you actually looked into guides or anything for the game? Power and Matador? You already got Matador? Wait. Oh, I'm thinking... Okay, you know what? I'm thinking of Trumpeteer. Never mind. Yeah, Matador sounds right. Oh, it's your second playthrough. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got the true ending and all that, then? Yes, the freaking game is... Yeah. You'd be very surprised if you stick around... Well, I don't know if you want to stick around, because, again, you probably might want to play the game yourself. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get to an Icon battle soon, and it's probably going to be ridiculous. Did I believe... Yeah, I did. Okay, let's go back. Got true ending the first time, nice. And the secret bonus one too, with for Mary. No, thank you. No, I like doing in my second playthrough is making the ultimate Izanagi. I'm probably gonna replay the game. I already have replayed Persona 3 Portable. I'm debating whether I should replay the game from scratch on stream.
All right.
For the PS4 port. But you see, if I did that, I would have to play New Game Plus for Persona 3 Portable. Because if I did Persona 4, I would also do the Persona 4 Arena, because it's a sequel, and then Persona 4 Dancing All Night, which I'm okay with doing that too. Okay. I haven't seen anything. Oh, it's right here, I bet. It's right there. Okay, okay. Or did I make it to that part? Maybe it was just the those plant enemies. Yeah, I think I went here. Oh no, I didn't go over here. Oh nope, that's not it. What is that though? Nothing? It seems like it would be something. Huh. Okay. Okay.
Good girl.
Anyways, what did everyone eat today? I know Digital Vibe mentioned what he ate, but I'm curious what everyone else ate. Chaos, what is for breakfast? Let's see, let's go over this way. I don't want to end up having to clear this freaking map of enemies to find this thing. Oh, technically down here probably still counts, huh? Although that's where I came from. Hey, don't get in my way.
Right.
No, pretty sure Amber does not count. Item. Oh, a lot of hornets. Well, god dang. Alright, fine. I'll just kill things.
Deserve a rest.
I don't know where to look.
I didn't even see this thing earlier. slow.
Terrible timing. There we go. Jerk. Oh. God dang, man. I like this combo it's going though. It's cool that it juggles them. We're now at Odd Hill. Not sure if that counts. Oh hey, a box. Oh, there we go. Oh, you couldn't even see it. Okay. Flan prints.
Thought you'd take us unawares, did you?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, it's got like different kinds of magic, this one. Oh, dang it. I probably should have gotten more potions, actually. Oh, hey! Didn't expect you to do that. Damn. Alright. Let me get some of my health back here. Oh, watching Blue Mountain with your mods, nice. I'm not familiar with Blue Mountain actually. Ooh, that's a new one. That's a new one. Ooh. Oh wait, wrong thing. Ah, I screwed it up. Dang it. Double parry, baby. Ow. What? There we go. Got him. Whew. Oh, thank you for redeeming the hydrate, Hannah. Oh, that was hard. Well, it wasn't hard. It was enduring. Oh. Oh, I didn't even notice you mentioned having the save state, Kev, for watching the bad ending. Nice. Have you seen the anime? Gelatinous Mass.
Well, it's dead now. Whatever it was.
Alright. Go back and I need to buy more potions and stuff again. Shining Pearl, 39. Squishmallow, oh well. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Ultra Age, Genesis Noir Collector's Edition. Okay. Oh, speaking of, I think I got my Tears of the Kingdom guide today. Probably won't actually use it. Why are you still here, Michaela? Spoilers! Spoilers!
Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Go on then.
Got 148,000.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
Okay. I should probably start buying these right here. These are limestone tonics.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Or Lionheart tonics. So kind of a reference, I think, to Final Fantasy VIII, I'm sure. Dang, 40,000 for these. I need more money.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Alright, real quick. I got all these freaking sale notifications right now. Oh, we got a new reading title. Let's see, Homecoming. I apologize for what happened at Rosliff. I fear what might have been had, not you, Gav. What? I fear what might have been had, not you, Gav, and Torgal fought so fiercely. Oh, okay. Once again, you were there when I needed you most, and for that I shall forever be grateful. Seeing the city I had once come to know as my home reduced to flame and rubble has left me with much sadness in my heart. But the time for looking back is beyond us. We must focus on the here and now. Our memories will be waiting for us when this is all through. Alright. Move on with the story.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again.
Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Otto, is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
She's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's did what she can to try and track him, but she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the Cursebreakers and our other friends in the West, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Right. Let me know when you find something.
There he is. All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Oh, she's kind of cute.
When did you get back?
Just now.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugoooooooo invaded Rosaria. All the canvas in uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. It'll be us next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right. You win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Mid. You can't just expect me to...
Please, oblige her. While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty old tome?
I did, till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
I'll take that as a compliment. Well, Clive, you heard the professor. So, I'll meet you in the storeroom when you're done.
Wait, hold on. Breath of fresh air? Bloody tempest, more like. Oi, Otto, you got my gill? Huh? What are you on about? My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying. That little...
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
I kind of like her.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
She's so animated.
You took your time.
I'm a busy man, Mid.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
Mid, you've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it. Then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't. That was his dream for me. That one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Well. If Sid could see you now. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
I knew you'd say yes. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
For me?
Who else?
What do you want me to do?
First things first, I need equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
Is she Sid's daughter?
Where to start? Materials and tools. That means Karen and Blackthorn.
Karen and Blackthorn. No new hunts.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Stray for $30. Hey, isn't Stray normally 30?
White as a sheet when they brought it.
Or is it 40?
Was wondering where you'd got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials. Here's the list. Think you can find everything on there?
This lot? Wouldn't be much of a trader if I couldn't.
Excellent. As for payment...
It's paid 100 times over by what that girl's done for us. If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Indeed it would.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen.
She has new dialogue. Ask about Mid. Is irrepressible the word? That girl doesn't let anything get her down, that's for certain.
The opposite.
In fact, she's got a way of making every bugger else get up and dance to her tune.
Father like daughter.
I'd say it ran in the blood, but if I didn't know better. Can't wait to see what kind of queer contraption she comes up with next, so long as she doesn't try and rope me into building it for her. Yeah, Mid.
You leave Mid's order with me. I'll send everything on to her when I've got it.
Blackthorn, you busy?
What's it look like?
I have a commission for you. From Mid. She requires certain tools.
Sorry, can't compute that. That's fine. Oh, who's your waifu from Persona 4 Golden?
Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship? I'll see what I can do. Till I'll bring them over when I'm done.
My thanks. And Mid's, no doubt. That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
Who is Bardolph again? Nope. Okay, where am I going? Oh, it's all the way by the entrance. Oh, I should ask Blackthorn about Mid.
Clive. Summer storm, that one.
See, it rolls in when you least expect it, soaking you to your skin and leaving you wringing your breeches. Just like her old man. Keeps us on our toes, though.
I'll make Mid the stuff she needs. Just give me a bit of time to work it all out with you.
I think she is Sid's daughter. So we never actually met her, they just talked about her.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
At least like from a side quest.
Do with a good oiling, this could. Should be enough to... How do, Master Sid?
Bardolph. Mid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom, and she needs the aid of a skilled carpenter. So naturally I thought of you.
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's holes need patching, and if I don't patch them, will all of us sink into the mere. I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but the sad truth is, I ain't got none.
I see.
It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that other fella? You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right. And he is a friend of the cause. I'll ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you, Bardolph.
Least I could do.
They found out your voice mod was on for the first 10 minutes of your stream, huh? That's always fun. I don't have voice mod, so don't ever plan to. Don't think I would ever have that issue. Let's see. Martha's Rest. No other side quests? Okay. Wait. Togepi plush at Target? I bet it's not any near us though. Nope, not at normal price. I didn't know they sold that at off price. Lame. Did someone point it out to you, or did you just kind of see it kind of toggled on or something?
Ah, Clive, what brings you to the rest?
Our home finds itself in need of an extra carpenter. I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find him?
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. Place is a ruin. Far as I know, he's still there.
I'll look for him there then.
See, what is this? See, on dressing greens of Gissel. I said Gissel. Gissel, I think. Never down raw, less bitter juices inspire violent retching and loose bowels. Avoid the fry pan, lest foul stink taint the iron, rendering it none better than slag. And by no means put to stew, lest the vapors override stabled bows. If suffer the fodder, one must first mix with 9 parts drake's mint, 6 parts lemon peel, or 3 parts ginger root, and soak in honeyed wine for a quarter moon to lessen malodor. Man, feeding chocobos sound like it sucks. Mara Brooks no stripes the following cheatery will be repaid with a swift boot to the arse. Huh. Mucking, stacking, packing, pecking, palming, foisting, fingering. What? Let's see. Ah, we're going that way. That'll be this way, yeah? Yep, okay.
I've ain't the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You do, Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
Oh, do you now? Building a workshop, you say? Well, that beats tacking boards to bridges, sure enough. And if Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
That's the spirit.
I couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go?
Of course.
Of course.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends. But you're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you? Any chance you could,
It's the least I can do.
Well, thank you kindly. And take care.
I want to put on one of these new icon elements. But who should I replace? I guess Garuda for now, so I can test this out. The Titan. Wind up. Punch forward, hold to wind up, attack, further increasing potency. Upheaval. Slam a fist to the ground, dealing damage to all enemies within range. Hold button to increase range. Can be used in mid-air. Okay.
This shouldn't take long.
Ah. Oh, darn it. Let's see. Oh, okay. That works too. Oh, more. Okay. Ah, there we oh, no freaking way, that is freaking cool. That's quite a freaking counter.
It's over.
Oh, darn it, mistimed that. Of course. Oh, dang it. Ah, wow. I love this. Holy crap. Beat rocking blocks. Did you shower? Welcome back, Chaos.
That should do it.
You made short work of that lot. Thank you, son. Now my folks can rest in peace once more.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Though it may as well have been a century, looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't be. Can't live in the past, no matter how nice it might have been. Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's onto your hideaway. I'll meet you there.
That should take care of Mid's little list. Better head back before she thinks of anything else.
Freaking Titan is pretty badass, alright. I'm gonna have to get used to the charging stuff though. But the parry, oh damn, that's awesome. Oh. I always forget about this. Let's see here. A nation formerly known as the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, occupying the western reaches of the continent of Storm. With the fall of Drake's breath, life for the people of Rosaria grew steadily more difficult, and countless thousands were forced to seek refuge in and around the country's already overcrowded cities. Then in 1878, Hugoooooo's forces invaded, piling further misery on the downtrodden populace, but loosening the Empire's grip somewhat in the process. Midadil Telamon, daughter of Sid, straight says it, and student of engineering at the University of Canberra. From a young age, Mid showed the same passion for invention as her father, and an even greater aptitude. She is as well versed in the secrets of modern and fallen technology as any scholar in the Twins, and means to put that knowledge to use in service of the Hideaway. She's my new favorite girl. A carpenter who resides at Martha's Rest, whose speed and skill, together with the surrounding marsh-wearers' deleterious efforts on the planks and piles of the village's many bridges, keep his services in high demand. In Cressida, a village located deep within the wetlands of central Rosaria, was once the site of an aqueduct that was hoped would carry water to the capital, Rosalith, but these plans never came to fruition due to both the Holy Empire's annexation of the duchy and a sudden influx of fewer beasts displaced by the Blight's march south through the Dim. Now it lies abandoned, many of its residents having fled to nearby Martha's Rest.
Have been up to their old tricks again. Drawing on the deck in this time.
What is my... take a look at what my potions are looking like.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Coin purse weighing you down.
Hunter's waistcloth. New. Hunter's arm cloths. Seems to be all that's new here.
Back, are ya? So, will it be?
Gridstone. Ooh, that's a lot stronger. I feel like I should be making these, but I haven't yet. Oh, I can make this finally. Oh, but do I want to? But some of these items I think I can only get from like certain quests, huh? I'll wait until I'm about 75% of the way through the game before I start making these things. What's money looking like? I am window shopping. 147,000. Not bad. Some of this stuff is expensive. Yeah, dude, I'm cheap as hell. Even in video games. What does Vivian have to say about mid?
My favorite pupil. We met under curious circumstances.
I think it is fair to say it was during my time at the university. I had returned to my lecture hall to collect some notes and discovered Mid crouched under the lectern, sketching some design or other by candlelight. It transpired that she had fashioned a key and had been using my classroom as her own secret study, a place of quiet refuge from overzealous tutors and the like.
Naturally.
I insisted she leave, but Mid being Mid, she refused to take no for an answer, and before I knew it, I had not only allowed her to continue her late night studies, but had agreed to take her on as a pupil into the bargain. Though I soon wished I hadn't, her refusal to defer to authority was no less evident in my lectures. Was this my reward for years of painstaking study, I wondered, to be teased and tormented by some oil-stained stripling who seemed to delight in my discomfort?
Still.
Our time together was not entirely disagreeable, not least because it was she who unearthed the plot against my life and encouraged you to come and whisk me away to safety. And so I came to take refuge in your base of operations just as she once did in mine.
Don't let me keep you.
Still don't know too much about that assassination. Seems she had an assassination attempt, but don't know too much about it.
Visiting hours are over, your lordship.
Yeah, yep. I am pretty Asian with that.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
Alright, Clive? You've all done then?
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant! Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
I always remember a little bit afterwards, but the small moment of silence that we're gonna get that quest complete notification.
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
And now we have side quests. Dagnammit. Okay.
Clive.
Talia. How's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
The shelves? Ah, that's right. He went to ask Hippocrates about Torgal. He must have found something. You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a Cursebreaker's brand. But it's my first time and I don't think I can do it. I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but there as many die as recover. Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential, and we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
Hi Kev, thanks for stopping by, man. Thank you for the raid too. I'm sorry I couldn't show you like an icon battle, but again, I'm sure once you actually get to play, you'll get to see it. Have a good night. And yeah, I guess the quest completion thing is a bit much, but it's fine.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go? Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblore like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
I know where Amber is. I was just there looking for a freaking hunt. Or right by it. Thank you, Michaela, for giving Kevin the shout out. Why you're still here, I don't know why. Just spoiling things. Spoiler.
Yeah. What's everyone whispering about?
And how may I assist you today? Then I bid you good day.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Spoiler, Michaela.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of Cursebreakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A Cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous, but I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
I appreciate the modding, Michaela, but spoilerish. I know, she has like big screen on with popcorn chocolate, with like chocolate and peppermint covered popcorn, and like 24K, like a 24 pack of White Claws.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
Need to buy some more claws. Oh. Your little mini mattress made of white claws is enough?
Sheet when they brought her back.
Oh, we got more from Torgal. Clive's faithful friend who is fiercely protective of him and his allies. When Jill came close to death in the courtyard of Rosalith's castle, something awoke within him, transforming Torgal into something akin to an icon. So it's more like an icon. I thought he was like Akashic. Then again, I guess Akashic means like they're like uncontrollable. Yeah. The Hideaway's resident historian, after Sid's death and the destruction of his home, he joined Clive at the new Hideaway, establishing a grand library within the walls of the fallen ruin from whence he continues to share his knowledge with any who will listen. He has taken the orphan twins Tet and Crow as his apprentices, though they have yet to prove the most attentive audience. I know Tet is big on them lemon tarts. Sid's faithful scout, now one of Clive's closest and most trusted allies, he continues to put his legendary nose to work in service of the Hideaway. The information he brings back from his expeditions proving invaluable for the Cursebreakers in their efforts to save bearers from servitude. Though he lost an eye during Hugoooooo's attack on the old Hideaway, his scouting senses remain undimmed.
What happened in Rosalith?
She hasn't done it in a while, huh? Okay, where are the things? We'll go with this first, Northreach. Get up on the Hydra's back. Have a good one, Kev. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your winding of downing. I'm glad I was able to do some background noising for you. Hopefully. Dancing with Danny DeVito. Are you trying to get Pennywise's attention? Item. Thank you for giving Kev another shout out.
Cole, I'm glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The Hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here. See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough. And please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet.
So I think it's so ironic that people were complaining for Final Fantasy 15 side quests to say that it had like no substance. And then like all these side quests like builds upon like the lore and the character of all these people. And the people were complaining again about side quests. Final Fantasy fans are weird, man.
They're trying to get into the carriage.
Ooh. Ah, didn't get it. Ah, didn't get it again. Dang! My timing's terrible. There we go. Haha. Untouchable. Another trophy. I love this. This is amazing. Between this and the Berserker Ring, oh my god. Oh, screwed that up. Dang it!
It's over.
Gotta get the timing down for the block better. Bone necklace.
Who are you?
A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
Invictus. In England, go to the museum to have Clive's sword, yeah. Alright, let's see. Go back first. Because get that heal in. Might as well finish the quest while we're at it.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again.
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left. If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself. Or maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
Cole and the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a Cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
The breath of fire. Rising flames. Cursebreaker is better than Night Watch. Alright, let's go and get this done now too. So I want to continue the story. I'm hoping for another icon battle.
Come on. Yeah. The river was easy enough to find. Now for those herbs. Don't get surrounded. This is the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one. Should be enough to keep the infirmary stocked for a while. Hopefully this will put Rodriguez's mind at ease.
Well, Chaos, you do know that movies are inspired by real life events. It does happen. You just gotta believe, man. You just gotta believe. See, it's less likely to happen now because Michaela had to, like, explain it, you know? But if she never said anything, the chances were higher. Pretty sure that's not how life works, but it's, You know how it is.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
You'll do fine. Tyre trusts you. Which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But... I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Curse breakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we never won for volunteers. Why do you think that is?
Conviction? They're willing to die?
They're willing to fight. To give their lives to create a world where people like us can be more than mere possessions. I know your work isn't easy. But neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Tyre. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physiker's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
So it's a little bit more complicated than just ink. That makes a lot more sense. They always make a big deal out of it, but I don't think, as far as I know, they ever really went into detail. Alright, get Patron's Whisper here.
How may I help you today, Clive? Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Dire Wolf Jess. Not long ago I was accosted by footpads as I walked the gilded path, and something perished alone in the desert had not the curse breakers come to my aid, and would have perished alone in this. I owe them my life. May this token serve them well.
Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
I just have fun with it, man. Increases combo damage by 5%. That's fine. I like what I have right now.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
Berserker Ring's so freaking good. And then now having the Titan blocks, also freaking good.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and, seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Torms?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other...
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal!
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
There you are!
Is she done already?
Everywhere for you. Bernard's here.
Oh no, just
I
getting
need you
started.
to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Brilliant.
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot. Starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them. Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
I like her. She's my favorite. Yeah, but I was just gonna, like, it still boggles my mind that no one ever questioned the fact that he's in the ether flood when they were talking about, oh, dominance will be fine in the ether. But it's like, what about Torgal, right? Because they talked about how the dragon became a Kashik in the ether, and all those other people became like, so it's not like beasts are immune to it or something. Like, no one ever wondered about Torgal. Like, what the heck?
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest.
And work in earnest we shall.
But that's freaking cool. They made a reference to Greek. No, it's not Greek. Nordic mythology. Where's Fenrir is always in there, more or less. Not physically, I guess, in 7. More like the motorcycle.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles.
We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
And he actually waits.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute? We, have a guest.
A guest?
Hmm. Who was the guest?
For your trouble.
It was a
Oh.
pleasure, in hindsight. Uncle Byron?
Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favourite uncle is here!
Meanwhile. Love Byron. Who doesn't?
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugoooooooo. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmecs to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls,
another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, your Radiance, I shall depart at once. May Gregor forgive you.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
So Annabella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find out.
Definitely doesn't agree with his father. Of course, they're talking about him betraying them, which I can believe it.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks. Just one thing after another around here.
But it sounds like also from previous conversations that Annabelle is actually seeking for Sylvester to die, to get killed. So it's probably not as straightforward as it seems.
Ah, my dear nephew, how I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you? 2,000? And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more, I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you. It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugoooooo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
So it was the Waluders who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned, and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
He's ready to get in a fight.
Mid's finished outfitting her little workshop.
Don't think there's... Nope. Okay.
Right here, with a little help from Sid, of course.
I should save. I always forget to do that.
Of course.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The Lanza and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
What's wrong, Gav?
It's this gold your uncle gave us. Are you sure it's all right for us to take it?
My uncle isn't easily refused, especially where dispersing his wealth is concerned.
But 2,000 talents. I don't even know how much that is in Gil.
It's the price of a quayside mansion in the Crystalline Dominion. He sold one to fund our endeavor. He was hoping to part with it anyway, what with war brewing in the region. And, luckily for him, a Sambraquan noble was willing to pay over the odds for a foothold in the Holy Emperor's neighborhood.
But still, 2,000 talents? I mean, is it normal for nobles to give away that kind of money?
It's normal for my uncle.
Fuck me. Oh, the other half live here?
Well, now that we've got a few gil to rub together, do you think it'd be all right if I splashed out on a few bottles of Lost Wing's finest?
Here, leave some for the rest of us, Otto. If he's filling his cellar, I'm filling our larder, starting with a barrel of the best salt-cured northern salmon.
I'll leave you to decide how best to use it. Just don't spend all at once, all right?
May the winds of fortune be forever at your back, Sid.
Don't say that.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
I'm guessing it's still going to be a little bit before we actually fight Kupka. Or like Icon Battle. But probably not too far off. So I talk to this Dalamil hair first.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Riddle of the Sands.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Stay down!
It's a big place.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Yeah, she streamed for a while. Like 5 hours, no, longer than that. Like 7 hours, I think. Sephiroth's no match for Clive. Are you sure about that, though?
Quietly now.
I don't think there's much more. Probably is some hidden treasure or something somewhere.
Who do you think those soldiers were?
So, Lord Cook has finally made it.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
I explored quite a bit. I don't know what you're talking about. Unless I'm missing more. It's really hard to see where I've explored. Oh, okay. It's a desert, so I'm sure it's huge. Yeah, yep. I figured it would be huge, yeah. Bandits? Bed? Deserts usually are in games. Really hard to find stuff. Yeah, that is what she said. That's what Michaela said, and I like it when she says that.
It's over. Soil and stone.
Everyone gets a bonk.
Have you lost your way already, my boy? The ruins mark the road to the inn.
Potion. Why does Link look like he is jerking off? Where's Link? Damn, that's so savage. Oh. I mean, maybe that's just how she likes it. Oh. I love the Titan counter. It's awesome. And we're just talking about long things. This Michaela just likes it long, right? Caratina. It got really quiet there.
I can't see a thing.
Come, Clive. Let us turn back before we lose our way.
Okay, guess I shouldn't go that way. Or should I? Well, I probably can later on. Do it! Ceratina. I already asked Caratina before. It's Ceratina. Well, make that emote then.
Time to fight.
Who did I listen to? I don't, really. $150 per emote. I bet. It's less than one of her tamales. I punted him. Oh, there's another fish down here. 150 would be ridiculous. Oh, I guess that's too low for Michaela. That makes sense though, since she charges like $500 per tamale. There's the bandit bed. I just stole 25 gil from the bandit bed. We are Robin Hooding it up today, yo. What is that? Ooh. This must be a hunt. Some animantoids.
Well, Clive, it looks like you're gonna need a bigger sword.
Oh, nope. Oh my god. Wow. Ow. Okay, thanks for stopping by. Oh, ouch, ouch! Thank you for giving Chaos a shout out, Michaela. Ooh, ow, 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 ooh! Ow. Ah, man, I'm sucking so bad. Alright. Sorry, turtle. Level up? That looks like a level up. Sweet. Scarlet type. 2 of them.
It should have stayed in its shell.
Yeah. Poor turtle. But he was hostile, so what could I do, you know? Also, he was a hunt. Even if I didn't see that hunt beforehand. That's probably why Chaos was telling me to check the map or explore a bit.
It's over.
Oh yeah, I did. That's the center place. I wonder how much those skill bugs are worth. I never bothered trying to sell them. Alright. That's a good deal of exploring already. Oh, hey! Why? I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't trying to, but they just got all aggressive on me. Chocobos for dinner. Maybe? I mean, technically, the food he has in his pocket is more for people like you, Michaela. He probably has meat in his pocket, right?
Look, there. Those are ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehere. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
You're on watch duty. I mean, Byron's inconspicuous, Clive not so much.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
Oh! Is that Yote? It is.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Theon has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
Uncle?
Sorry.
Nope. No fight.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
Okay.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Friend. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
The outlaw! Take him!
Try it.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that! Fire it! So well.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's go. Haha. Love that.
for your trouble.
I saw that one coming.
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Like, your brother's downstairs.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine.
My brother.
Clive?
Up the carrots. He don't like them carrots.
What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Torgal just comes and joins him.
Where are you?
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Rawlers said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang.
Why don't you go
We should
flat?
press on before any more of their friends turn up.
The finest fabrics! Fresh from the
See, yeah. This doesn't look like there's any side quests around here. Yet.
Plates and pots! Holes and basins!
This town is truly blessed. The bustling markets, the healing waters, and all under the watchful eye of Lord Kupka, who stands ready to crush any threat that might face us.
Maybe not for so long.
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Delamel is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
And we're gonna get another seal.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake. Where aren't you?
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamel's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them. Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those. Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Delamel, would you? No. I can't say I do. Well, thank you all the same.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Delamel. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Well, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience, believe you me.
Could be an apprentice.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you?
Hanging lanterns, keep it up your door.
Anything I can interest you in?
Oh, God, their own Invictus. Oh no, that's me. Breath of Lightning.
Fare you
Oh, wait.
well. Anything
Actually,
I can interest you in?
I need to buy some. Buy one of that
thanks.
and one of that.
An excellent choice.
Ah, there we go.
Can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Delamel. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly. Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furder knows.
Sweet incense, wax candles.
Excuse me. Are you Furder?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Delamel? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only
No choice.
I think.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around?
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Ah, can't dodge. Oh, darn it.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in. Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
You have passed the test, Sid. Off you go now. Rosina Dalimil awaits.
Needed to a
Lightly and
silken
dark.
softness.
Yes, they're quite
My
silky.
carpets.
Is this the place?
Lubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss. Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalimil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
Like a little kid.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Ferda told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second?
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff!
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What's the trouble?
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle. I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil. Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer. Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market, either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Guessing we're going to that bandit's bed at some point. I mean, again. For the best drop in Dalamil, visit the final sting.
was it?
Take a sniff, good sir.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
You wouldn't believe how much you gave me. What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
Carpets have pride of place.
What was all that crashing and banging about before? Some out-of-towners picked up...
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him. Huh?
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
Bribing.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle? Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd asked for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show, one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support, if things turn sour.
Of course.
The bandit's bed, right? I bet. Genuine cactuar needles. Imported from across the sea. Just one prick and your little sparrow will sing. Of course we know it's not going to be simple.
Fucking men of the wrong.
Oh, nope. it's a different area. Let's see, how do I get there though? Oh, over here. Okay. Yep.
1,000 gil for a measly bunch of...
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Do you think they'll be back soon? I need a new dress.
The juiciest meat from Greens.
It would make us
The finest fabrics, fresh from the capital.
Oh man, we gotta explore this another giant area. Oh my god, alright.
It's over.
This is not as big as the other part.
It's over.
Turn around, friend. There's nothing back there but a pack of bloodthirsty beasts.
Titan!
Wild chocobos. Wait a minute. No box to open around here? Aw. Okay, I think that's pretty much the desert already.
I'll take it from here.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Definitely an ambush.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem. My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
It's not over yet, Uncle. Good. I'm just getting warmed up.
Oh, someone's with the cure, huh? Alright. Who's the curing? Oh, this guy? Oh, a chocobo.
I'll not be outdone. Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is.
It's a lot.
Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
So we're getting a new seal, I bet.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Of all the... Ugh!
Here, wear this.
Desert Rose.
Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubo.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Omialos Delan. Tuisa Achilles.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
I'm staying longer than I had intended. Oh man, we got side quests. We got the side quest. You know what? I don't think this is gonna happen tonight. I'm not gonna get to an icon battle, so I am gonna save. And it is still fairly early. And it's a Saturday night, so there's barely anybody here left, but let's see who I can raid. I'm gonna go to Chia. He's streaming right now. Some music karaoke, it seems like. Everyone's already asleep, so it's all good. I think that's right. Yeah. Yep. Nobody here left, but it's all good. Thanks to everyone for hanging out, and Michaela for modding. Thankfully, actually finally asleep, and no more spoilers. Continue probably tomorrow. Alright, save. Let's save again, just in case. Yep.